Hello, welcome to the August 19th, 2025 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you can ask questions in advance by sending an email or simply ask your question. You can send an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, or you could simply just ask and type your question in the live chat field. And we will, go through all the questions chronologically as asked. As people ask questions, we may not have the ability to have kind of a real-time response, but we will go through all the questions in order as they're asked. So if you don't get an immediate response to your question, if we could avoid asking the same question repeatedly, that would be appreciated. When asking your question, if you could specify which version of Cubase or Steinberg product that you're using. So if for example, with Cubase, it could be Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro. Which operating systems, if you're running on Mac or Windows, and which version number, so if it's 12, 13, or 14. We should have an index of all the topics covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field. So you could quickly navigate to different topics. And if you want to search for topics in previous live streams, we could thank Jan from Stockholm for creating the wonderful CubaseIndex.com. So you could just simply do a search in CubaseIndex.com and look around there. And find topics. There's over 40,000 different topics. We'll probably be, maybe at the end of this week, we might be close to 41,000. And so we'll give special thanks to Jan. We have two people that serve as moderators. We have Agent K and Jazz Dude. They're not Steinberg employees. They just do this to make it a better community here. So we'll give special thanks to them. Also, we want to give special thanks to Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord, which is a wonderful resource of information that's relevant to the Steinberg community. So we'll give him special thanks for that. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America. I primarily focus on Steinberg products here in the United States, and I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C., in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching us live, please feel free to introduce yourself and chime in and tell us where you're from. It's always interesting to see. All right, so let's go through our questions. So we see from Yassian, it just says, it'd be nice to have Nuendo 15, Cubase 15, Synth V for lyrics. So yeah, currently, we can't comment what's coming in future versions, but I think if you wanted to use Synth V, that you'd probably a good idea maybe to make an investment in, so you could use that inside of Cubase and Nuendo. So a lot of people seem to like the plugin a lot, and so that's great. All right, so we have a question from Benny. He says, hello, Greg, Benny here. I sent you an email about the song track from last stream. So let me just pull up the email. I got it right before we started. It says, hi, Greg. I phrased myself a little wrong last time regarding the puffing in the vocal track. It's about the P and T, which are strong words that cause the puffing. Is there any way to eliminate it throughout the entire track instead of word by word? I hope I expressed myself. So it probably sounds like maybe you're dealing with plosives more. This is where you have the heavy P sounds and B and T, those types of sounds. So often, there's no real click here and all your plosives are gone type of function. What I would maybe investigate if you had tracks with plosives is to come up with particular you could probably do it with like an EQ curve. So let's say if we have a vocal file here, we'll just play. And let me switch my audio interface to the correct one, so everyone could hear it besides. All right. All right, so if we had a scenario where we wanted to, where we had maybe a lot of plosives, I don't have a good audio example of plosives. There's two different ways that I would maybe approach it if you wanted it to be fairly automated. One would be to just come over and open up, like the EQ. So I would maybe come over and just go to the frequency EQ. And if you just kind of find where the particular plosive word is, so often, like if we come over, let's say we just do this and we want our EQ to be, so just come over here and we'll make it a low shelf EQ, so we can just kind of come over here. Let's adjust our gain cut. We will just come over here and we could adjust kind of the frequency range. So often we could say, okay, I want it to be like a 96 dB cut. So if you wanted to just very easily, so if it's like, it's often low frequencies that are kind of the annoying aspects. You could minimize kind of the impact of the plosive by often doing kind of a high cut filter. And let's say if we wanted to, if we know exactly where the particular frequencies are, we could kind of narrow the Q down and we could place this into a dynamic EQ. So if you kind of know where like the P's and T's are at this point, we could just say, okay, I wanted to now, this would get rid of the puffiness or the plosive in this particular song, and the frequency may change depending upon the song. So an easy way to kind of determine the frequency is to like often just take the particular, if you're looking for the frequency, add a lot of EQ to kind of find the particular annoying frequency. So the pitch that you want to correct. And then you could just simply invert right from there. So you could invert that particular frequency range. And if we enable kind of the dynamics, so now what we could do is say, okay, we want to take EQ to band. We could come over here and just, as we work with this, is we could just apply like our threshold here, and we could adjust kind of where we're only going to be compressing in those particular frequencies. So once you kind of find that probably for a particular song or for a particular vocalist where they have, you could save this as a preset. So you could say, okay, I want to come over here. We'll save this as Benny's plosive fix. Okay. And now if I wanted to apply that to like a whole file, one of the things that you could do is just say, okay, I want to take like all these files. Let's say I have like a whole vocal here. If we go to F7 or go to your audio menu to direct offline processing, we could just say, okay, I want to load up the plugin, and we'll say, okay, let's get a frequency. I want to open up that particular preset that we made. So I want to come over here. Let's load the preset, and we'll say, all right, so let's say here's our preset that we made. And now we could apply that plugin as an offline process. That would probably be the quickest way to kind of automate the particular plugin. So once you have that and you wanted to apply it to multiple files, you could just select all those files and do a direct offline process, and that should mitigate kind of plosives that you run into. So let me know if that makes sense. Sorry for a misunderstanding on Friday. All right, let me jump back to live questions. Okay. Wonderful to see Jazz Dude on. We see Jan from Cubase Index. Zephaniah asks, hey Greg, what should be the best hertz frequency to master a song to be radio ready using Cubase Pro 13 on PC? So I'm not sure if you're talking about sampling rate or for like EQ points. So sample rate could be, I think most radio, if you're looking for, I would deliver, different delivery formats. It's like we don't really have necessarily like radio stations that are playing an LP or a CD often, or just pull everything off of kind of a master server for all their songs so they have quick access. Most of those might be, I think if you deliver it at 48 or 44.1, I'm not sure, I haven't really checked in a while as to which like kind of streaming network sample rate that the radio stations use. I think, most CDs are going to be still done at 44.1. There are lots of people still continue to buy CDs, according to my friends that work at record labels in different markets and different parts of the United States, for instance. Like a lot of country music is still sold on CDs, interestingly enough. So that the CDs are going to be at 44.1, so there's a good chance that most of like servers for radio stations were extracted from CDs. I would deliver a 44.1 and a 48K. And if you're asking about like frequencies for EQing, that could really depend upon the particular song and the key of the song and the tonality of the song. So there's no like specific add this frequency or cut this frequency that works for all songs. All right, Uno Memento asks, hi Greg and Cubase Nation from Finland. Question, is there an insert retrospective recording in Cubase LE like in Cubase Pro? Let me see if we could do it in Cubase LE. See if I could do this without... I may have to exit my Cubase Pro, so let me exit out of that. And I'll restart it in Cubase LE. If you have a Cubase Pro license, you can just hold down the Alt or Option key after starting Cubase. So let's go ahead and start Cubase LE 14. Okay, so I'll just hit some MIDI notes here. All right, so it looks like there's a retrospective recording. So yeah, so even on Cubase LE, you'll see just a retrospective recording directly to the right of the transport. Let me just make sure I'm not misunderstanding that. Yeah, so it seems to work the same way. So if we just kind of come over here, and now I will insert the retrospective recording. You can see everything, my nonsensical MIDI performance is captured. So, so you could insert it as a cycle, or insert it as linear, or empty the retrospective record buffer. So it looks to be pretty similar. Again, you could start any Cubase version that's kind of below your current level by holding down Alt or Option if you ever need check, stuff like that in the future. So go ahead, restart in Cubase 14 Pro. Thanks for the question, Uno. Hope you're well. All right, so we see Michael Marshall, we see Soren, we see Stefan from Sweden. Michael just commenting there's a big Cubase community in Sweden. So, yeah. We're well represented. All right. See Jan giving Jazz Zoo kudos for the super fantastic unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. All right, Aurora's Aurora says, "Hey Greg, Chris Estes' daughter watching from the Bahamas. Say hi to Chris and Amy for me. Thanks for saying hi. We appreciate having you on the live stream." All right, John Costigan saying hello to everyone. So John, I don't think I got your email for which prize you want for winning the trivia on Friday. So if you could email me. All right. And a memento wants people to whack the like button. All right, Steve McAndrew asks, Greg, I can't stay around, but Steve from Simi in Greece, can you please help with the MIDI logical editor, how to set up a patch to affect the on-beat and the off-beat velocity controls where time signature is 7/4 or indeed any other signature that is not 4/4. Have a great live stream, and I'll check back later. So a lot of times when we're dealing with the inside bar range, so we could come over to. So we'll just show it here real quick. All right, so let's say we'll come over. All right, I'll just switch my meter here, my time signature. We'll say to 5/4. All right, let me just see if I have my signature track. Okay, so let's change this to okay. So now we are in 5/4 time. I want to let's put in just some. Let's say some hi-hats here. So I'm not sure if we could go beyond kind of 4/4 within the measure, but let's take a look. So let's go to our MIDI logical editor. All right, so let's say we want to transform, let's say, velocity. Here, we'll just kind of do the normal route here. All right, so say we want to transform velocity. Let me just see if I could say type is equal to note. I guess we can just, sorry about that. All right, so let's take our velocity here. We're going to say inside range. All right, so we'll say from 0 to 127 here. All right, so when we say like inside bar range, I think we're just limited to four bars with, I think that the logical editors can be kind of just at 4 particular bars. So if we say, okay, I want this to be roughly like the very first 16th note. So it's if when we use the inside bar range, we don't necessarily have the particular notes graphically, but let's see if we come here and we now look at our velocity. So we'll look at these particular notes. So, and we want to, let's say, lower the velocity. Okay, so let's come over here. Okay, well, I'm just going to start with notes again. So say type is equal to note, and we'll say we want to adjust the position. This is probably what I should have done to start with. Sorry for being confusing. So let's say inside range. All right, so here we have, let's say, we'll say inside bar range. Okay. So if I do this, we could say, okay, I want to take every note that's like the first 16th note of the bar, and we'll say we want to adjust the velocity. We want to subtract 30. Okay, so now when we come over, we will, if we did this correctly without a brain cramp, okay, so we've subtracted all the notes that kind of fall within that. So now let's see if we could adjust. So we look at this, we can see bar beat. So let's say if I want to adjust this on beat 5. So even though graphically it's just kind of laid out, I'm going to see if we could start this at so I'm just going to manually enter in. So we could see that when so let's say I want to change my time signature here. So we could manually enter in. So let's say if we go here, I'm going to make this a 7/4 bar. So we may not see it graphically, but it looks like we could still enter the values in the logical editor. Okay, so now we have a 7/4 bar. Undo that. So let's say at beat 5. Let's see if we do. Let's see what this does. So it doesn't seem like the inside the bar range is going to work beyond kind of 4/4. But if we want to, let me just the on beat and off beat. So if you wanted to just do like, the particular downbeats, here we could say, okay, we do inside the bar range. So we'll just come over here and do that. But when we do an inside bar range, it's automatically, and we just set this to 0, the last value. So if we come here, we could always do kind of the downbeats, and that's still kind of preserved, but it doesn't look like when we use the inside bar range that we could go beyond 4 beats of the bar regardless of the particular time signature. I'll bring that to their attention to see if that's if that's possible to implement. All right. All right, Aurora's World says, hey Greg, could you show us the best way to quantize live drums? Let's say 10 tracks of live drum set mics. Okay. All right, so let's go to this project here. Okay, so we'll kind of play this through here. All right, so I'm going to turn on my click track so we could. So we listen to like the drum fills that dragged a little bit. And when we did that 16th note drum fill, that sped up here to the click. So I'm going to, first of all, put all of the tracks into a folder. All right, so we grab this folder. So we could just come over here, put all of the tracks into the folder. And what I want to do is to enable group editing. All right, but maybe even before we do that, I'm going to just kind of find the hit points for the particular audio file. So let's come over to just, let's say, most of the time we're going to be fine doing like maybe kick, snare. And in this case, we kind of start off with hi-hat as a rhythmically significant point. So we're going to go to the audio editor and let's just click on the hit points tab. And we're going to find kind of our hit points. And the goal here is to really just kind of minimize tracks that are bleeding through. So I'll come over to my snare. So we can see our snare isn't playing now, but we're picking up the hi-hats and toms. So I want to adjust the threshold, and we could adjust the intensity a bit to kind of mitigate those. Let's come over to my hi-hat, and I'm going to adjust the threshold just so we have kind of like we know what's bleeding and what's not bleeding through on the particular tracks. So now I've done that for a kick snare. I'm going to come over here and put all those tracks into a folder, and on the folder itself, we're going to enable group editing. I'm going to open up my Quantize panel, and then we go to the Quantize panel. We could see all of our different tracks, and what we want to do is to kind of give priority. So I can say, okay, I want my kick to have the highest priority, followed by snare, and maybe my hi-hat. We'll give that kind of, so we're going to have that as our priorities. All right, so we're going to come over and say, okay, let's slice the audio. So as we do this, I'll move this over. We can watch. So we kind of set these markers based upon these criteria. I'm going to slice the audio. All right, and I'm going to take it out of musical mode to start with. Let me see if it did it for me automatically. Okay, so you may have to take out a musical mode. I'm going to set my quantized value to 16th notes. And then I'm going to quantize. So this has created thousands of little slices. We'll quantize the events. And when we do this, we may notice that at some of the areas that there may be gaps that go on. So to minimize that, we can now crossfade all the gaps. So now when we listen to it, our drums will be tightened up. So we'll have a drum fill coming up here. And we have the snare fill. So again, kind of find the hit points where a kick, snare, and other like rhythmically significant parts. So if you're kind of setting meter from the hi-hat or tom, you could select that, find the hit points, put them into group editing, and then assign the priorities. It'll create the slices, it'll quantize the events, and then crossfade those particular events. So you could do it slicing, or if you wanted to kind of stretch, we could also just kind of come over here where we have all the events, and we could choose to audio warp, and that would stretch the events to automatically fit. So two different methods where you want to slice or do audio warp, which would kind of stretch the audio, move it around. So let me know if that's helpful for you. Great to have you on from the Bahamas. We have another attendee from the Bahamas, Dwight Cunningham. So not sure which island he is on. All right, we see Fly V checking in from Winnipeg. All right, we see Gareth checking in, saying Greg's back, Greg's front. All right, we have Fujimoto checking in from Atlanta. Great to see you on. Wonderful composer and bassist. All right, Gareth is saying frequency is very useful. Jazz Dude says better than any soothing. Great way to de-ess as well. All right, so we see Benny says, thanks, Greg. That works fine. So great. All right, so we see Mark Rabin from Montana. Great to see you on. Everyone give a big woof to Mark Rabin's dog, Stella. All right, we have Val, is Y42, saying happy Cubase. He's checking in from Vienna. He says, sorry to miss the 500th live stream last Friday. We missed having you on, but it was a lot of fun and so many wonderful comments. Thank you, everyone, for all the kind words. All right, so we see from Vishnu in India, Cubase 14 Pro user, what is the best way to chop a loop by 8th or 16th or any division in Cubase? Could you kindly explain? Okay, so let's say I want to take an audio file, or I'll just drag a drum loop over here. Right. I'll find something. All right, so let's say we want to cut this particular loop. I'll just kind of come over here. So sometimes when you hold down the Alt key, the tools will get kind of superpowers. So let's say I'm going to hold down my split tool here and hold down my Alt or Option key. I'm going to say, okay, let's set our snap. I'm going to say to use quantize. So now when I cut, I make one cut here, and I see that we have one beat and the rest of the beat. So what I'm going to do is use a scissors tool, and I'm going to click while holding down the Alt or Option key. So once we do that, it's now made even cuts on the beat. Now, if I wanted to do that for even cuts on the 16th note, I would just come here and hold down Alt or Option and make my first cut 16th note, a 16th note away from the start of the event. And now we've created 16th note splits. So when we come over again, just grab this scissors tool and whatever interval, so let's say you do dotted quarter notes, whatever interval it is from the beginning of the event to the last event or the beginning of the start of the event. So if I'm here, let's say I cut, I want to make 16th note cuts. So I have like a beat and a half here, so a dotted quarter note. But at this point, I want to make 16th note cuts. So I go like 1/16th note over from the beginning of this particular event, hold down Alt or Option, and now we could just make 16th note cuts. So I know lots of people would just make cuts at every quarter note, and like if we're doing like vocal editing and changing different like clip gain changes, and just do it that way. I think in Austin they called it cut and run automation. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, so we have Jacques Korb says, thank you, Greg. Greetings from J-Bay in South Africa. Love your show. So thanks for joining us. And we hope to see you on many more live streams. All right. So we see Val. His dad on Friday had a medical emergency at work, and he was the one without kids that drove his boss to the hospital. That'll probably come in handy during review time. So we're glad. That's obviously more important than catching the live stream. We hope your boss is okay. All right. So we see Val just saying, happy to hear maybe some of the questions repeated. I wondered about those all weekend. So the questions were included. If you go to the index, I think we started at about 3 o'clock or 2 hours in, and then you can see the questions. There was a question about Jazz Dude posed a question. He's usually very private about his age. I guess he had a birthday recently, so we'll give a belated birthday greetings to Jazz Dude. All right, so we see Mark Rabin's taking his dog Stella out swimming. Supra says these streams are awesome. Thanks for the kind words. All right, Supra says, any pro tips for hooking up / integrating workflow for my incoming MPC SEX to Cubase 14 Pro? So I'm not sure if it's, maybe you could specify, so let me see if I could just look. So I'm not sure if it's the MPC plugin or if it's like the drum machine. Let me just take a quick search on my other computer here. All right, let me just look at. Okay, so it's kind of like a classic MPC. So it's a standalone sampler and sequencer. So I think most of these, and I used to do records that were, before we had a DAW, the DAW of the day when we were dealing with like analog tape machines was really like an MPC 60. So a lot of this is, you could have the sounds that are playing back in, your MPC and just trigger the, and record the MIDI notes directly into Cubase. So sometimes people, I understand that there's a definite kind of MPC workflow that people can gravitate to, and that's fine, and I respect that because I've, seen guys do that. But I think that most of the time, you could treat it as just a MIDI instrument. So you can make a MIDI track from it, and then capture, instead of sequencing in the internal sequencer, you could sequence inside of Cubase, and that way you could have your vocals and all of your effects, and use your MPC as like your sampling drum machine. I think that you could do most of that in Cubase, and if you wanted to just open up, if you go to Cubase, you'll have like your 16 pads, and I bet they'll mysteriously look, that you could trigger the 16 pads directly inside of Groove Agent. So if you wanted all the sounds to be used in Groove Agent and other virtual instruments, you could use it as a MIDI controller to, play the different sounds that will be incorporated into Groove Agent. So if we want to just kind of load up a particular kit here, no idea what this, let me just, so if we have, so you could kind of play all these particular sounds. So you could trigger the events and instruments inside of Cubase from your MPC. If you wanted to trigger the sounds of your MPC, if you have you could do that as well just by adding a MIDI track. And so if we add a MIDI track, we could come over here and then we could say, okay, the input is coming from the MPC and the output is going to the MPC. So you could record like as you kind of, push the, if you're doing the edits and performances and you wanted to capture the MIDI out from that into Cubase, you could do that. If you wanted to capture the sounds and be able to process it like an internal VST, what you could do is create an external instrument. So if you go to your studio menu to audio connections, you would need to have like an audio interface with 2 available inputs. But if you go to your external instruments, you could add your external instrument. So you can say, okay, I want this to be going to my MPC. So let me just, and now we could come over here and you need to tell it where in the audio interface. So we're going to send MIDI out to the MPC, and then the audio out from the MPC. Most people, in kind of dealing with legacy instruments, hardware instruments would have a mixer for the analog outputs to be kind of collected into. But if you have an available input on your audio interface, you could take the outputs from your MPC, connect it to inputs on your audio interface, and then when we come over here, we could add an instrument track and say, okay, I want to go to my VST instruments. Let's go to my external plugins. I have my MPC. I want to use it as my all MIDI inputs, or you could direct it. And then you can sequence, and then not only is the MIDI stored in Cubase, but the sound goes out. The MIDI goes out to your MPC. It generates the sound. The sound is then routed to inputs in Cubase. So at that point, we could choose to EQ it and run it through all of our great software plugins. So it depends on what level of integration you want, but there's lots of great things to do. Mark Raven says these streams are the best thing on YouTube, and Kara says they are supreme. All right, so we see from Uno Memento says, thanks, Greg. My friend has LE and he asked that question. Everything's okay. All right. All right, so we see Val just asking, should I write again because of the prize, or do you have it saved? So I have it saved. I'm just waiting. I think maybe John Costigan had sent an email with his prize, and I need to hear from Michael Teams. So once I hear, let me just check quick emails. I saw an email come in and said, yeah, so I saw John Costigan's. All right, so okay, so John, I got your prize. We're just waiting for Michael Teams to say what he wants, and then we'll get them all submitted. So you see Gareth says, did I talk to Pablo? So I know that he had bought a Wavelab, but if he wants to email me, I could figure out maybe I know there's probably some drum libraries he might like. So all right, so we have Martin checking in. So if Pablo wants to email me again, all right. All right, Vishnu asks, hello, Greg. Sometimes I have to record in the time signature 7868. Could you kindly show how to change the metronome pattern for making the process easy? Okay, so we'll come here. Let's do a new project. I'm going to add a signature track. So let's say we're going to do, we'll do 7/8. All right, so a lot of times when we have signatures, if I start off. All right, so if we're starting from a signature track, or if we see kind of like your meter here at the bottom, so let's just come over, see if I. All right, I'll move this up here. All right, so where we could see kind of like, we can see our kind of click patterns here. So, add a signature track, and then if you click on the click pattern, click on the signature, here we could have a click pattern. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll just kind of put the same pattern a couple different ways. So let's say, okay, now we want it to go 7/8, and I want different divisions here. I want to add 4/4 time. All right, so if we want to kind of change the click pulse, so right now when we see this 7/8, it's gonna just emphasize the downbeat. But we could actually come over here to the click pattern. So if I want it to be like 2 + 5, I could come here, and for that particular pattern, and let's say I wanted a different division here for this 7/8. I wanted 3 + 4. So we could now just, so it's 2 + 5. So we could come over here, and once we start kind of playing around with our click patterns, let's say, okay, so now when I'm in 4/4, we could say, okay, I don't want to hear the first click. I just want to hear on 2, 3, and 4. Or I want to hear different pitches. Or you'll see different presets. So if I want it to be like half tempo, so if we're in like cut time, or I want it to be double tempo. So at that point, you could just, and you could see this in the transport here, or just kind of selecting the click patterns, then you could adjust to different click patterns right there. And you could save presets if you want. So let me know if that's helpful. See, Val just says, I had to boot up my PC completely new, and I want to say just how thankful I am that just with the export profile and imported to be almost where I was when I left off. Love this feature. All right, great to see Rick from Bratman Studios. All right, so we see Gareth just says, is there a Project Logical Editor preset to humanize, subtly randomize velocity and or position? All right, so let's say if, so not a Project Logical Editor, but just a logical editor. So I'll just create kind of just switch my... Okay, so I'll just make a quick drum beat that's super sterile. Okay. Okay, so let's say we want to create something that needs to be kind of humanized a bit. So I'll come... All right, so let's say we want to now kind of randomize velocities of all the notes and timing a little bit. So let's come over and so let's go to our logical editor. So the logical editors for MIDI information, we could think of the we think of the Project Logical editors more for like colors and routing and stuff like that, and setting states of tracks. So we can say, okay, we want to type is equal to notes. We're going to choose to transform. Let's say we want to adjust the position. So let's say we'll set to random values, and let's just say I'll do -10 and 10. Okay, and let's adjust velocity, and we could randomize values between 80 and 110. Okay, so now we look at kind of like our hi-hats. Everything is very kind of sterile. So now let's go ahead and apply. So this way you can kind of get a different... Now, some other things you could do without the Project Logical editor. You know, one is you could do velocity variance. So let's say, okay, I just want these velocities to vary. Like maybe I want some of the velocities to vary downward. And then you could also do kind of like play probability. So let's say I want to come over here and let's go to the play probability. So maybe I want to adjust kind of the play probability on particular notes. So let's say I'll go to my hi-hats. So I want maybe these notes to play, 30, 40% of the time. So let's say I want this particular snare hit. We'll go to the play probability. I'll adjust the snare hit. I want that to play 30% of the time. So as we jump over. So this way it's kind of random. So we listen to this snare here. So 3 times out of 10, roughly, that would play. So if you wanted to have also just the ability, so you could do it with the logical editor. And you could, like some things could be a little more, let's say if we come to, let's say we'll just look at the velocity variance here. So like if you wanted to just, do velocity variance on the hi-hats here, like things that I generally would do is in a logical editor. So if you say, okay, I want to set up, I just want to randomize the hi-hats here between 80 and 100. So we look at the velocity. And we could say even lower, so or you could say, okay, we want to start off with all of our hi-hats maxed out. And let's say we want to randomize the velocity of the second value between 65 and 80, but on notes that are every other hi-hat note. So we could say we want to do this to, and we could actually say, okay, let's just come over to, we'd say last event. We'll say every other event. And we'll say 2. So now every other hi-hat will be, we go to event counter, then 2. All right, so let's say I start off with all of these hi-hats totally maxed out. So now I can say every other hi-hat note and run those at random velocities. So fun stuff that you could do just to make it a little more interesting and randomly musical. All right, we see Bratman Studios remotely watching from a waiting room in Whittier, California. Give our best to your brother. All right, channel ripoff says, hi Greg, I just updated Mac OS to Sequoia 15.6. Looks like everything is running great. Do I still need this dongle? So if you're running Cubase 12 or later, you don't need to have the USB e-licenser connected for Cubase. All right. So, Memento's giving me a big woof to Mark Rabin's dog, Stella. Says Val says theoretically there should not be any software I own that needs a dongle anymore, at least from Steinberg, right? You know, there could be like some older older plugins that, you know, maybe were discontinued 5 years ago that didn't transition, but just about everything that's currently offered is on Steinberg licensing. All right, I see a question from Perry Lamarca. It says, quick question. Is Q-Link broken in the latest Nuendo? I used to be able to select a bunch of tracks, hold down Shift plus Alt, and change the amount of send as an example. So that's good. Give it a try. Maybe a version behind, but I'll just try it here real quick. All right, so I'm just going to add an effects track separately. All right, so let's get to the mixer. All right, so I have all of the tracks selected. I'm going to hold down my Option Shift, which will just turn on Q-Link. Let's send it all to the delay. I'm going to turn it on all the channels. And we could just, so it seems like it's all working. Let me know if you did anything differently. Let me know also if you get different behavior if you just press the Q-Link button versus the keyboard shortcut. So what it could be, there's some new functionality that was introduced depending on like your active tool. So if you go to your preferences or settings and go to tool modifiers, like when you go to the select tool, usually you can see like, you know, you'll have different commands here, and there's one that may have affected that, but check to see if you go to I think it's under the select tool where you could but check to see if it, you know, if it could be one of these keyboard modifiers could be set to change. But see what happens if you just physically click on the Q-Link button and see if that makes a difference for you. If not, you may have to check the tool modifiers for like the select tool. All right, so we have Sabatino Vinny from checking in from hot Orlando, Florida. All right. All right, so we see from Vishnu says, thanks a lot, Greg. That's super helpful. The Alt plus Scissors tool for chopping loops. All right, you see that Val's boss is okay. It's good to hear. All right, we have Daniel saying hello to everyone from Lisbon. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we have the artist known as Love. Just hoping that everyone's doing great, and just wants everyone to hit the like button. Patrick Stevens says, does anyone know if Cubase 15 will be released this year? So generally, Steinberg's on kind of a yearly cycle. So okay. See, Gareth just mentioned about Pablo for cinematic percussion. So yeah, have him email me. right, we see Val's listening in and assembling a new dinner table before his lady gets home. It's a surprise. Well, hope she likes the table. I would never venture to pick a dining room table for my wife. So, but she has really good taste. So, okay, reading through comments. All right. Ivan Laybourne says, if you have vocals already recorded and you want to change the song tempo, is there a way to adjust the vocals to fit the new tempos? So really all you have to do, so let's say, I'll just drag some vocal files over, or we'll just do a song here. All right, so all right, so let's say we have,
what did you say?
So my vocal is recorded. Let's say we have our tempo at 91. So all you'd have to do is just come over here. You could select all of the files and place them. If you recorded it in Cubase, go to your pool window under media, and you'll probably see that you'll have like a tempo stamp here. So I'm just going to take, so you'll have a tempo stamp and you'll have something called musical mode. So if we kind of just drag this over, we can see our tempo stamp and musical mode. So all the files, what you'd want to do is you could select them on your project and put them into musical mode. So let's say now I changed my tempo from 91 to 108.
I'm left here for 1,000 years and a day.
Let's go to 144.
You were the party, the big events. I was your everything.
So it's okay, I want it to be 80 beats a minute.
I'm uninvited. I'm on the outside.
Or we go back to our original tempo. So select the files, the audio files that you want, you know, and I could probably, if I just come here, I think I have mostly, you know, but like as we play, you know, we could just.
You wished it all away, and I'm left here for 1,000 years and a day. You were the party, the big events.
So all you have to do is take your vocals, select it, and just go to musical mode here, and then it will kind of automatically follow whatever tempo. All right, you see Vince is going to visit with his mom and dad later. Tell him we said hi from Club Cubase live stream. All right, so we see from Jazz Dude, the new MIDI options inside Velocity have off velocity. Can you show some usage for this? Yep, so when we actually go to like a particular note, this is kind of added in 14, and it could be like a bit more to deal with like MIDI 2.0 stuff. Not a lot of, so we can see that we have our, you know, velocity, our on velocity and our off velocity. So when we press down on a particular key, you know, we can have the on velocity and how quickly you kind of release the key. So let's see if I could actually come over here and show this. And some instruments will react to it more than others. So, but I'll just do it. Let's see if we can do a new. See if we could show it in an instrument. Maybe a piano might be able to. All right, so I'm going to try to do kind of a slow release on a note and a fast release on a note, and then a slow release. So let me just come over here. All right, so I'll try, and we'll see if it's reflected. So I'm going to do a fast release of a note, and then maybe a longer release. And we'll see how these are reflected in the MIDI editor. So some instruments will respond to note off velocity, and a lot of them don't really utilize it as a particular instrument. So let's say we do this, so we have our off velocity of 64 is our on velocity, and we see this one as kind of off. It's going to be similar, but it could determine like the release on notes can sometimes be contributed by off velocity. So not all instruments will kind of take advantage of it. All right, so we see Michael Pierce joining. Wishing everyone a happy Tuesday. Hope you're well, Michael. Thanks for joining us from Grand Chapel Studios. Okay. All right, we have Aldine Lee joining from Southern Austria. Thanks for joining us again, being part of the community today. Always wanted to go to that area. So you see Val just says, nah, she picked it, but I paid and built it. So, the table. That's good advice. So. All right, Antoine Van Kampen. Hi, Greg. Can you explain the purple, I think, wave that is shown when the loop is defined in the sampler control? I think it's confusing when the left-right boundaries are changed. All right. All right, so let me just go to a different project here. Or we'll just... So I think that this might be with the looping capabilities. All right. Okay, so let's take that and let's create a sampler track from it. Okay. Explain the purple wave that is shown when the loop is defined. Okay, so let's come over here and let's set maybe a continuous loop. All right, let me just so it's probably like this waveform. So let's say if we come here, let's get to the sampler track. Let me adjust my. All right, so when we kind of look at, so I'm going to move kind of this particular loop point. So let's say, so now if I want to just kind of drag kind of your loop start, you know, we could just kind of come over here. So it just kind of gives you an idea of visually what's going on with the waveform, so that you could align the loop points. So say if you want it to be, so now when holding down a key, but if I move it, let's say to here, it may feel weird rhythmically. So let me know if that's kind of, but that kind of gives you like, and then you can kind of see how that's going to be repeated throughout. So say if I want to do a fade in. But it just kind of allows you to see visually how it will continue to loop. So let me know if that's kind of what you're seeing. All right. See, Antoine says, another question: when I select multiple tracks with the range tool, how can I deselect specific selected track? Control click does not work. All right. So if we're doing kind of the range, so we could, there's going to be a single range. So let's say if we come over here, so let's say we have our range tool set up. I'll just revert this because I probably destroyed it. Okay, so if we want to, a range is going to be kind of a contiguous thing. So I don't think that we could select kind of a range here and a range elsewhere. So if we have kind of the range tool, we could, it's going to be all contiguous. So we can't like deselect, these particular tracks here and have two different range selections. If you have Nuendo could have like a range selection A and a range selection B, and that's for people that are doing like 4-point editing for classical music. But if they're, so it's going to be a range selection will be contiguous. And again, if you want to not have, particular tracks, you would just not select them in the range. So you could, do an edit here. And if you want to move that range down, you could just use the down arrows and remove the range like that. But the actual selection of the range will be kind of contiguous. But if you wanted to say, okay, let's do, delete that with the range still active, you could move the range. And then if you move it down here, we could also extend it over just by hitting the left and right arrows. So if you wanted to just kind of be able to move the range and kind of do selective range edits, you could do that. But the actual selection itself will be contiguous. All right. right, so we have Brian Sawyer sending greetings from Yuma, Arizona. See Terry Gray, the famous Terry Gray, who was on TV. That's a word on the street. All right, we see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. It's hot and sunny today. Wishing everyone hello. All right, we see Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat Buddy is waving a paw hello to my cat Steven, who's just outside my door, and other pets, including Mark Rabin, Stella. All right, so I'm just seeing a question. And maybe it's part of a question I didn't see from Flivey. I just saw, so maybe the first part of your question got cut off. I just see the part where it says, or do I have to remap the controls for frequency every time? So if it's kind of if it's a mapping control, so let's say, if you have a project with frequency on, if it's about kind of like doing like remote controls, so once we come over here, we could, like I'm using my quick controls here. So let's go to MIDI remote. And so right now you can see that when I'm here, this is kind of my active window, so I'm controlling these parameters, but this will always give you kind of the 8 parameters if you've modified them. You could go, those settings, if we click on a QC for the frequency, those 8 quick controls will persist if you change their particular values. And if it's, I know we had talked about on Friday's live stream and a bit on last Tuesday's live stream, I believe, about like the mapping pages. So if you go to the particular plugin and go to the remote control editor, if you kind of make changes in here, those settings will persist and you don't have to set them up every single time. So those mappings that you do will automatically be carried over, but let me know if I'm, because I think I'm just catching maybe the second part of your question if I'm going down the wrong path. All right, so we see Ivan says, a huge thank you for your advice. I'm now typing in musical mode. It's a good trick. Or one time I got a call, my friend Daryl Pearson called me up at 3 in the morning from, I think he was in, maybe in Ireland, he might have been, but he was working on one of Michael Jackson's last sessions, and they wanted to change the whole project mix. It had like 73 tracks, and they wanted to change it, and walked him through it over the phone in a couple minutes and saved the session. So I talked to Michael Jackson, told me thank you once. All because of musical mode. All right, so we see from Antoine says, yep, now you see what the green wave represents in sampler control. Thanks. We see Jazz Dude is sharing a link to where all the Cubase keyboard shortcuts, where to find those. All right, Doughboy says, so I had a fairly simple question. What are your thoughts on Cubase's chord pads and MIDI features in comparison to Scalar 3? I feel like Scalar 3 has more features overall. It's loaded. I think I don't really use Scalar 3 and, or Scalar. Maybe I don't feel the need to. I think, so you have the chord pads, and the chord pads, so we'll just add quick instrument. Okay, so now let me just resize. All right, so we have our chord pads here. So now, when I come over, we could just, play, those particular chords if we wanted to. Let me just make sure. So, but also I think, let's say if we have, so we could play and trigger chords here. We could transpose the chords kind of as needed. So, once we kind of work on this, I'll just try it on a brand. Let's jump back to a different project. I think we have it. All right, let me just. All right, so, once I'm here, I think that what you have in Cubase that I think kind of makes it unique, I've seen a video or two on Scalar. So when I come over here to the chord pads, one is, you have the ability to, say, okay, we want to trigger the, the chord pads. And I'll just switch this to playing chords for now. So all right, so you could record directly from the chords here, but if we record in, so let's say we want to trigger the pattern, and we'll just load up a quick pattern here. So let's say as we're kind of playing along here. All right, let me just solo this. Sorry about that. All right, so now when I just. So one is, we could have all the chords that you could trigger these particular chords. You could change the root key of those chords. You could have it play back through different arpeggios, but also when you go into your scale here, go into like our MIDI editor, realize that we could just, if you're very conscious about, maybe not understanding music theory fully, but you could have the full scale assistant here as well. So you could say, okay, I want to use the existing chord track. I want to set a key. So let's say, okay, I want this to only show D major notes. I want to be able to, so where I could quantize notes that will only now be in a key of D major, so I could quantize the pitches. So I could actually see this effect on the MIDI information that I could then go into my score editor to print. I could, come over to, have a lot more control. Plus, I'm going to have kind of the visibility options within our editor. So we could say, okay, I only want to see notes within the scale, or I only see notes that have events on them, and I don't want to see any other notes. So you could actually, filter the pitches here. But, whatever we kind of have recorded in here, I could print out the music. I could do all this. So, and even when going to the chord pads, one is, I could just take any particular phrase that I want in my project. So let's say, like, let's say I just have, like any other little MIDI loop as well in my project. I can say, oh, I really like this particular pattern, is we could drag this to the chord pads as well. And now we could just trigger any pattern that we want. Plus, we have the ability here when going into the chord pads to, okay, we want to have different trigger notes. So we could say, okay, I want to be able to play different section notes, subsections. I want to be able to switch voicings, my tensions. I want to be able to transpose using like my pitch bend to do different keys. And when we go to kind of our chord editor, this gives you scale suggestions. But you could also choose to view it by note name, by kind of Roman numerals, or if you want to do Nashville number system. So there's a lot of great stuff that you have with the integration of all the different aspects of, so don't think of just the chord pads as being part of that. It's tied into the score editor. It's tied into, being able to, have your MIDI automatically follow chord changes, and be able to kind of play stuff in. Also just using, the chord pads themselves. So the chord pads kind of tie into a lot of different aspects that I don't think other options would give you. So check out all those different options and functions, and you can see that level of integration between different parts of the programs that you're going to use will, can make a big difference in your workflow. All right, so we have Balsa says, greetings from Montenegro. And he just says, congrats on the 500 streams. Says you're a living legend. So thank you. There's a lot of great work that the team at Steinberg does that makes me look good. All right, Andre Ray just says, can I just ask a question here about Cubase? So sure, that's all you have to do is just type your question in and we'll go through. All right, Andre Ray's question. Is it possible to stop playback of a long reverb or delay tails when I stop the playback in Cubase? So, if you have the reverb, that was actually like a big, huge feature when it was kind of first available to do in Cubase. So if you have the reverb will continue to play on just like it would through an analog console if you hit stop. So if you have like a long reverb, you could choose to, there are different ways of doing it, but basically it's going to continue onward like when you hit stop. So if I come, let's say to this part, and I put a long, if we put a super long delay on it, so let's say if we come over here, let's put studio delay, we'll make it like 4 measures long. So let's say we come here. So it's going to continue to play. You could, create a macro to turn on and off your effects if you needed to, or a project logical editor preset. Like I have it on a 4 measure delay. So just, it's kind of an extreme example, but the audio when you play is still going through the effects. You could choose to mute the effects if needed. If you want me to do that, I could probably come up with a project logical editor, but it's kind of how, like, when you stop and there's still effects going on from what was happening before, they generally still sound. All right. All right, so we see, Nuendo has 4-point editing. How did I not know this? All further non-click based editing occurring on here. I was reading about Reaper source destination. So yeah, you could use, when you go to like the range selection in tool in Nuendo, I'll show it to you quickly here. So Nuendo, you could have basically two different range selections. So as I come here, we could set like your source with one range. So selection A, say this is selection B. Then we could just toggle kind of, let's say, so this way you could just kind of jump back and forth between your source and destination using kind of the two different selection ranges there. I think kind of source destination editing is a little overrated in my opinion. All right. All right. All right, you see Michael Teams is granted uno momento 1 gallon of amaretto chocolate ice cream. All right, so we see Matty Rojas says, how can I import 5.1 audio files that are in film order and change the order to ITU? All right, so I think I have a 5.1 integrated file. So I think if we just do new. All right, so this is our 5.1 interleave file. So I'm not sure which order this is in, but let's say we'll go to our connections here. So let's say we have our outputs, and I'm going to, let's add 5.1 bus here. All right, and I'm going to send this out to my 5.1 out. Okay, so let's say we have, so I think that we could do, and I don't know the exact, it's like one of the great things with surround standards is there's so many of them. But let's come over here. But I think that what you could do, and I just have a 2 in, 2 out interface, but I think that if we just kind of come over, if we save, if you need to kind of remap the outputs, like, sometimes you go left, right, center, LFE, left surround, right surround. Some people go left, center, right. That once you're in, if you need it to play back for monitoring, and it's, you could just change kind of the output device port here, either in the control room or in your output channel. But if you just go to your control room, but the same principles will apply here. You could just, change the order. So if you want to go left, right, center, LFE, left, right, surround, or, or convert that from left, center, right, LFE, left, surround, right, surround. You could just kind of change the output routing here if you're doing it for monitor playback. And then, so let me know if you just need it to play back, and switch the order. You could just kind of change the output routing here. And there may be, so let's say when we go to add a bus, let's see if there's, so if you're doing like 6.0 Cine, so this would be left, right, center, left surround, right surround. So if you go to under more kind of 2D audio, you'll see kind of different routing configurations here for surround. So you could try this 6.0 music, or if you just do a normal surround, so this is going left surround, right surround. But you could try some of those different options there. So let me know if that's kind of what you need to accomplish. And then if you re-export your 5.1 file, then the output routings will be preserved in the export. Let's see, Terry Gray says the MJ thing is a flex, Greg. So. All right. See, Uno Memento is happy with his ice cream choice from Michael Teams. Balsa's question is, what would be a reason for Media/File Explorer in the right zone not to show wave content inside a selected folder? Cubase shows as empty, but it is not. So if you're over here, just make sure, one of the things that can throw people off in the media bay. So let's say if you're here and you're saying, okay, I'm going to my file browser, make sure that when you kind of do the actual search, so you have this little icon here, make sure so I'll just come over and let me just go home here. So let's say if we go to this particular folder, so let's say I want to go to this computer, let's go to document. So let's say I know that there's audio files in this folder. Now if there's a filter, so let's say I'm looking for sax, and there's a filter here, or like a search condition. That way, if there's no folders that meets kind of this search criteria here, then that could hide and filter out the views. So make sure that there's like no filters. And then you could also, you could just, like as we come over here, so make sure that there's no search filter, or if it's like in a particular like loop folder, so let's say you're in Bloom and you say, okay, I'm looking for accordion. It's like I know there's files in there, or we're looking for the wrong type of file. So maybe we have, like different, I'm looking, for different, like I have a criteria selected for kind of filtering out different types of data here. So, try clearing, reset all of your filters here. So, because if we come over here and say, okay, I'm looking for a filter that, so I have lead vocal selected in my filter, and I go to a drum, like maybe like an ambient sound file folder. If this filter is here, Then when I go to look for, I have a zillion drum loops here, but if lead vocal is selected, then it's not going to show anything. So if you open up this little icon here, you could just say, okay, we want to clear out, reset all the attributes filters and see if that works. So you'll see like this little icon here for reset attribute filters. And then if you have like a weird filter for search, then those would be reset. So I would always try that. All right, so we see Audiophonic says, wow, that is cool. I didn't know you could do that. Now, I wish I knew what it was. All right, Balsa asks, is there a way for Supervision spectrogram to have notes instead of frequencies as a visual guide on the side? All right, let's take a look. All right, so let me just open up. All right, so let's get to the spectrogram. All right, so here it's just gonna, I believe it's just gonna show the notes. All right, but let's see if we couple that with another meter. So let's say if we go below that, so we see kind of our frequencies here, but let's say on this, you know, so if you use a Spectrum keyboard in conjunction with the spectrogram, that should give you kind of an idea. And you could use those two kind of coupled together. So that should, you know, so while you can't see necessarily the pitch here, but you can kind of get an idea of what the pitch is when using it with the Spectrum keyboard. Let's see. Doughboy, I see, he's asked a question to Jazz Dude. Do you think Cubase's chord track is better than Studio One? So I would say that Steinberg invented the whole concept of a chord track. It's been kind of copied by many other companies, and usually the company that does it first has a lot more integration and are not doing a Me Too implementation. All right, so Aldine Lee is just asking, has anybody had any issues with Universal Audio / UAD plugins getting disabled? Error code device -50. In Nuendo 14, we're using UAD 2 satellite, 2 Thunderbolt 3 octo, tried different cables. So deinstalled, reinstalled UAD authorized plugins, checked iLock. Everything seems to be okay with plenty of DSP left in the card, but error keeps popping up again and again. Any ideas? Yes, I don't have any of the hardware. I think I still have 2 UAD 1 cards. But so maybe if someone else has run into issues, but make sure that you're running like the VST3 versions. If you're on, especially if you're on Mac OS, but maybe someone else that has the UAD hardware could chime in. All right, Audiophonics asks, is there any reason to use the control room if you just have one set of monitor speakers and two sets of headphones from the sound card? Is it only really for bigger studios when you need many mixes? There's lots of great uses for the control room. So let's say if we have, just open up project for my friend Clay. All right, so first off, the control room gives you kind of a separate we could think of it as a separate monitoring path. So let's say if we're kind of playing back our project here, a lot of times people would write to our company and say, okay, when I export the mix down, it sounds really low volume. And it's because what they were doing is using the master fader as kind of their monitoring volume. And that could affect the gain structure of the mix. So if you have the master fader set to minus, 24 dB, at that point, it will, mix down and take 24 dB away from the gain. So this is going to give you a monitoring path that doesn't affect the gain structure of the mixer. And we can set kind of like a known reference level. So if we come here, we could just say, okay, I want to use my known reference level. So let's say this is as loud as we get. We could just set it there. We could also just kind of hold down, I think it's the Alt or Option key, and click and set the new reference level. So I remember working with Phil Ramone, kind of legendary recording engineer, producer, super smart guy, legendary, just a true legend. And before they started every session, Phil would say, they all sat down, it's like, this is as loud as we're going to get. And if we go above this level, and he would put a big piece of tape on the console, on the monitor volume, we all agree not to go louder than this. This is going to be our monitoring level. So, so what you do in that scenario is just make sure that you never go above that particular level. Now, when we're doing this also in a control room, I could just come over and we have down mix presets. So if we want to come over here, we can set up different sections. So go here to the main, but let's say now I want to see what my mix is like in mono or stereo, so you can just quickly toggle back and forth. Now let's say we have like a reverb on. All right, so when I come over here, so when we solo reverb, this reverb will be soloed with the other tracks. But if I click on the listen bus, we could just hear the reverb channel isolated. So now we're only listening to the reverb. And if we wanted to EQ the reverb, so let's say as we're going on here, so if we just take our reverb solo, the tracks are feeding that reverb also get soloed. So if we want to isolate the reverb, Now, let's say if we're doing like room correction, like maybe you have a program like SonarWorks or something like that, you could have effects that are in the control room, let's say that are correcting deficiencies in your monitoring environment in your studio. But you don't want those effects to get like included when you export the mixdown file. So you don't want your room deficiency correction to get included in the mixdown, but you want it for when you're monitoring. So we could have separate effects just for monitoring. So lots of great reasons to use a control room, even if you just have a 2-in, 2-out audio interface. Plus, if you, as your system grows, you can, do your separate headphone mixes, all those great things, and switch between multiple speakers very easily. So let me know if that makes sense for you audiophonics. See, Gerald Ely says, I forgot about dropping a pattern into the chord pads. It's a great one. All right, so we see from Vinny Sabatino says, could you show us how to use the masking feature in frequency? So I'm not sure if it's, let me just see. I'm not sure what exactly you mean by the masking feature, but let's say maybe it's this. So let's say if we have frequency on, there's this where we could click on this little speaker, and then here we only hear the EQ that it's kind of in listen mode. So I'm only hearing the frequencies I'm adjusting here in the EQ. And as soon as I let go of the mouse, we hear the whole mix. So I can hear exactly what the EQ is affecting. So let me know if that's what you mean by the masking features, Vinny. Sorry if I'm misunderstanding. All right, wonderful to see Daniela checking in from Bochum, Germany. All right, Uno Memento says if you haven't hit the like button, now is the time to do it. All right, so you see Michael Pierce says, thanks for that, Greg. I can see it being handy. I've got hundreds of edits, as long as the Ripple edits too. So. As we see from Andre Ray, just says, okay, thanks. I guess there's no simple way in Cubase to stop very long reverb, like pressing stop 2-3 times, like in FL Studio or Ableton or something. So let's see if I could just come up with, let's see if there's a quick way. I mean, it's probably technically correct to have the reverb continue on, but let's see if we go to like a project logical editor. All right, so let's see if we come here and all right, let me just find a quick. So if you want to like make a macro to do this, all right, so I'll exaggerate this particular effect. Let me just add like a long delay here. All right, so now I stop, we'll have. All right, so we'll save this as a preset. All right. So now if you want to make a macro, I'll come over here and you could just have it actually triggered by this stop, like when you hit this stop button or whatever. All right, so I'll add that command. All right, then we save that preset. So I'm going to go to project logical editor preset. I'm going to add that twice. So let's see. All right, so let's say I'll just rewind it here. All right, so let's see if we can. All right, let me just check. My project logical editor. One more time. We just choose to disable here. Seems to be doing it on the effects channel, but let me just. But if you know, I could play around with it some more and see if we could get it. If you want me to kind of go down the path where you hit a button and stop the effects, but generally, you know, that's a desired thing, so you actually know that the effects are still working. All right, so we see from Brian Bear Sawyer, it says, question, helping a friend, I can't seem to change the sample rate from 44.1 to 48K. Control panel would not open. So depending on the audio interface, you know, and if your friend is using like like maybe Bluetooth headphones, it may automatically be fixed to being 44.1. But if you go to your project setup, you can just change the sample rate here, and the audio interface should automatically follow along with that. So try changing the sample rate here in your audio into project setup and see if the audio interface goes along with that. And it may not change if it's like Bluetooth headphones because they're restricted to being at 44.1, or some audio interfaces may restrict you from changing sample rates. All right, so we see Gerald Ely says, "Hey Greg, I love to alter the chords as chord pads to make different progressions, but there's a limit. Future requests, I'd like full freedom to add any note to a chord." So I think, let's say if we go to our chord pads here, all right, and I select this, and I think there's like a little MIDI input that we can... Right, and I'm just gonna like lay my hands on the keys, but as you can see here, we could put in like that's an F major ninth, sharp ninth. So once we have the chord pad selected, try just playing the chord. Once we're in kind of edit mode, play the chord and just randomly kind of hitting notes on my MIDI controller. But you should be able to, any chord that you play should automatically be captured like that. And then there's also define via text input. So let's say, so you could try that as well as MIDI if you can't, so once you have kind of like the chord pad open here, you could select the chord here. You could also type in a name or just play the chord from your MIDI controller. And again, I'm playing nonsensical, non-musical chords, but you can see that's going to interpret the chords right there. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, you see Jazz Dude doing some moderation. All right, so we see from Chalitha, who asks, "Can you tell me how to remove the delay when recording guitar?" All right, so delay can be added in kind of two different methods when recording into DAW. So one is if you come over here, you could just say, okay, I want to go to my audio interface. So if you go to your studio menu to studio setup, so studio menu to studio setup, we can come over here and we could select your audio interface. And if you go to the control panel, you could see the buffer size. So the smaller the buffer, the lower the latency is going to be on your particular system. So we could see, so if right now we can see that my latency, when we do this, I'll select my audio system here. My latency is around 13 milliseconds, but if I lower the buffer size on my audio interface down, we'll say to 256. Now when we go to the audio system, we can see that the latency has decreased by half. So you could adjust your buffer size there. So if your buffer is low, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, when I'm recording my guitar through a guitar amp simulator, one of the things that you could do is just check out like how many, because plugins can often cause latency as well. So if I come over here, let's go, say I want to go through my VST amp rack, and I want to go through, like, I want to add processing from the vocal chain. One of the things that you could do is if you go to set up your sections, so I'm just going to right click here on one of the inspector tabs. There is a setting here for latency. So I could see that the plugin processing on this track has 236.3 milliseconds of latency. So that could cause a delay. So if we kind of look at the particular plugins, we can see that the plugins that's causing the latency is the vocal chain. And if we added another plugin, I'll add one I know is pretty latent overall. Let's say a multi-band compressor. We can see now that we've added that, our latency's gone up to 359 milliseconds. And we can see now if we are running plugins that are causing latency, what you could do is just come over and you'll see this little option here where you could just simply enable your constrained delay compensation, and that will bypass and disable plugins that are causing latency in your system. So you could try to just click on this button and see if that helps. But anytime that you have plugins, and if you have like 100 plugins on a track, that could add to the overall latency when you're trying to record. That may throw you off. So just come over here and try, if your buffer is set low, try to constrain the delay compensation. And that will kind of bypass and disable plugins to get the latency down. All right. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. Let me just... Okay, so I think I'm where I was. Sorry about that. All right, Brian Sawyer's received 1 gallon of Misty Mountain Hop ice cream from Michael Teams. See Michael Pierce, mentioning that his audience interface required to be changed in the external control panel. Some audio interfaces make you do that. All right, we see Rick from Bratman Studios received 1 gallon of chocolate decadence ice cream. All right, so Maddie Rojas about the 5.1 interlead question says, I meant changing the channel order in the audio file in the media pool or somewhere else. I guess I could split into mono and then pan them again, but maybe there's another way. Thanks, by the way. So yeah, if you're dealing with, there's no way to kind of automatically do it. So, but if you want to, you could, as you import the, let's see, this is, once you import the particular file, if to kind of play back, but you could just simply, let me just go ahead and import that file again. Sorry about that. Thought I had the project open. All right, so right now we'll have our 5.1 interleave file. So if we wanted to split that, you could, there's 2 different ways. One is if you go to The project menu you could convert to tracks and say, okay, it's multi-channel to mono. And then that would break apart each of the tracks and you could reorder it like that. But or if it's just for monitoring, again, you could just reroute within your audio connections once you have kind of your bus, your 5.1 bus set up, and you could reroute to different headphones. But but probably the easiest way would be to just take the 5.1 and do it as interleaved files so that they're all split, and you could just change the routing very easily. But that file is, when it's interleaved, you can't just necessarily say flip channels 3 and 4 other than just changing the output routing. All right, so we have Woo Productions, I believe, from Belgium, if my memory is correct. Probably just a setting, but in Groove Agent, I play the bass drum, and I want to add something like play the snare groove, puts it on another lane, so I need to copy and paste it into the first lane. All right, so let's come over here. Let's just go to our instrument track. All right, so it's not necessarily a Groove Agent specific, but let's say I'll load up a quick kit here. All right, let me just check my MIDI controller, see what octave we're in. Okay, so let's say we want to do just a quick recording here. I want to do like 2 bars. Okay, so basically when we do our recording, we could just switch your MIDI record mode to probably merge instead of new parts. So if you go here, you'll see like the little MIDI icon in the transport. You could also go to the transport menu and you'll see MIDI record mode. We'll say merge. So now we'll come over. And now they're all in one particular event right there. So if I switched that mode to, and it may default to new part. So let's say if I have it on new part, when we do this, all right. So, so depending, so just change your particular mode. So let's say, here I had it on mix. So I was in cycle record, but just kind of change your MIDI record mode. So let's say if I'm not in cycle record, I just come and I'll take it out of cycle here. Okay, so again, we have this on, let's say, new parts. Now, I'll record. So now these will be kind of like when we come over here. So that way it's making a new part and overwriting. So again, just kind of come over here and just choose to merge the events. So try that. Okay, so we see in it says question in Groove Agent, is it possible for a pad to move all other populated pads to the right? Because I want to have a pitched key range of a sample. All right, so say, all right, so we have a number of samples here. So let's see if we could move all of these samples to bank 5. Let's see. All right, so let's see if we can, I'm going to right click. So let's say I want to just make sure there's nothing already set up. So let's say I want to cut pads. I come here and paste pads. All right, let me just try that again. So we'll just try. All right, so let's see if we can. See if we could paste all these, all the samples. So you can paste the particular samples. Elsewhere, and then let's say we want to take all of these and let's cut the pads, and now I want to drop like a bass note in. So now if I want to take this pad in here, I could just come here to the pitch. We'll select our key range. Say we want that on B0 through B1. So now so you could just kind of trigger the particular sounds there, but just select these pads. You can cut the pads, go to a different bank. Let's see if we just paste just on a one pad. So now, okay. So you could just trigger it like that. So let me know if that helps. Balsa. Gareth says he's happily quit all iLok plugins for life. All right, so we see Val just says for Audi and Lee about the UAD hardware, they get blacklisted when there are different formats or older versions. Had a chat with the customer service a year ago about that. No worries, the normal VST3 should show up. All right. See, Balsa just says Ed Sheeran and Blake Slatkin just released the making of their song video featuring Cubase. So I'll check that out. Thanks for sharing. I know his engineer was like a big Cubase guy, and I think they're ready to do a story about it, and then maybe a competitor gave them a bunch of stuff. So, but that's great. All right, Michael Teams just says, just heard that Mike Fisher died. All right, wonderful to see Jeff Zabelski back. All right, we see Anthony Clark, I believe from Canada. All right, we have Zerihun from Ethiopia. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the community. All right, Sabatino Studios just says, sorry for not being more specific. Masking as in two different tracks that share the same frequencies that clash or cancel each other out. So if I was like maybe a little more, to solve a masking issue, let's see if we have like two different, what I might do in frequency, I probably don't have a good example audio-wise to show, but what I would maybe approach doing is to come in frequency. All right, so let's say we'll go to our normal EQ view. So if we have two different tracks that are kind of in the same frequency, I would maybe switch one of the bands here on the frequency EQ. And then you have what you could do like mid and side panning or mid and side EQ. So you see these little arrows, we could go from left, right to stereo to mid side. Okay, so now let's say I go to band 4. I could boost band 4 in the mids and maybe cut it on the sides. So this way we could do an EQ and just have the middle part of the panning spectrum. Let's say it's maybe a Fender Rhodes. So, and it's clashing with the guitar. So I want the guitar maybe to do more processing on the sides and the Rhodes to sit more in the middle part of the panning spectrum. So taking the EQ and being able to just be able to EQ the middle part of the panning spectrum, and this isn't mid-range like low, mids, highs. This is like left, if we're to envision left, center, right. So the M is going to be like the middle or center, and then we could cut the frequencies of the guitar in the center channel. So this way we could have more EQ applied, and if you wanted to boost the EQ on the guitars, you could basically do the opposite on the guitar track, but this way you could kind of EQ to bring out in the center or bring out into the sides different elements. So let me know if that's helpful. All right. All All right, so we see hi Greg, Dorico Pro 5 completed Brandenburg Concerto orchestration during 2D. How to capture only the articulation without notes. To copy multiple other staffs versus Cubase. Thank you. I may have to check this out offline. I've never tried that. Let's see if we can. Because Dorico, the articulations may be tied to notes. I may have to kind of dig into this a little more. But let's see. All right, so let me just come over here. Let's add some instruments. I'm just seeing if we could have the articulations on a particular note without any notes there. All right, so say we go to our brass articulation here. All right, so let's see if I have this set up, and let's just put in like accents. We'll put staccatos on the long notes just for fun. All right, so let me just see if we go here to our horn. There's probably a way to do it, but I probably don't know. I may have to spend a little more time to figure out the trick. But let's see if we come here to so here it looks like we could copy and then paste the articulations. So try, I'll do some more, but if you go under, so if you copy, it looks like you can paste the articulations on particular notes. So try that, Jeff, and see if that does. And if not, if you want to email me, I'd be happy to kind of dive into it a little further for you. Hope you're doing well, Jeff. Great to have you on from Chico, California. All right. Let's see, Flyv says got his problem fixed. That's great. See, Aurora's World says, thanks, Greg. This is really going to help a lot. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we have Tim Weinheimer joining from Mission Viejo. We have Tiago from Brazil. Okay, so we see Flyvy just says has controller mapped to the stereo out, not to an audio track now. The controls, they map to his device. So you see from Jeff Savelski, just says Cubase 14 Pro didn't see the CC121 after I held my breath and jumped into Windows 11 and had to reinstall. So yeah, mine works great. Okay. Okay, so Val's asking, will there be a way one day maybe getting the Media Bay as a standalone? I enjoy this so much more than the Explorer file browser. So I think, most of the time when people are utilizing Media Bay, it's going to be kind of inside of Cubase, but, and it's really, so I'm not sure if I would I guess you could do kind of, file browsing. It's like, ironically, I think that Finder and Windows Explorer, after all this time, are still pretty weak for being clever. And I realize that there's, but I'm not sure if you want Media Bay kind of functionality for being able to access, all files in your system or just Cubase specific files. But I haven't heard of any plans for it to be kind of developed as a separate product. So, all right, we see that Tiago's received 1 gallon of Oreo chocolate cookie ice cream. Okay, Ball says, just asking, is it possible to add an option to mute/unmute VST tracks in the visibility tab in the MIDI editor? I keep selecting instruments, realize they are muted, need to go back to unmute and then back to MIDI. Okay, so let me see. So I guess if we have, let me just. All right, so let's say we have. Okay, so let's say if we have. So say if we are here, we're in our MIDI editor, say you're standalone. All right. So let's say if we want to. All right, so we have our multiple parts. So you want to add an option to mute/unmute VST tracks in the visibility tab in the MIDI editor. It keeps selecting. So I don't. So there isn't one currently. Let's see if I'm here. Yeah, so I don't think there currently is one, but I will mention it and bring it to the attention. But I guess you want, if you have an option here to. So I don't think. Let's see if we do this solo follows part editing mode. So let's say. So if you see if this might help. So when we go to the solo mode, there's a solo follows part editing mode, and then you could just so if you have it kind of hidden from view, you don't hear it. So maybe that will help. So let me know if that could be maybe incorporated as part of your workflow, so you don't have to mute and unmute constantly. All right, so I see Michael Teams has granted my family and I 1 gallon of fresh Texas strawberry ice cream. Thank you very much. So Flyv is asking, what's the main use of the frequency plugin? Vocals, not instruments. So it's really, we could think of frequency as being a very surgical EQ. So as soon as we, want to utilize the, frequency, we could come over here. So let's say we're going to the frequency at this point. We could be incredibly precise with our cue. So we can say, okay, I want to, go to band 3. We want this to be very narrow. What type of EQ do I want it to be? Do I want it to be a notch, a high shelf, low shelf? Do I want this to have my left and right pannings be independent on the same band? Do I want that to be, as we were discussing just a couple minutes ago, the mid and side frequencies? Do I want this, do I want, this particular, when we come over to dynamics, do I want this particular, where we could adjust the dynamics? So we could adjust the ratio, so we could have this as, where if we want to apply compression just only on this one particular frequency range. So, it's not necessarily vocals versus instruments. Any EQ function, I think frequency would serve very well. All right. All right, Uno Memento wants to get 100 likes today. All right, so Andre Ray just says, side note to the delay compensation, I know said it could stop reverb tails when pressed twice, although it would be a bit cumbersome when working with long reverbs. I'll try setting up a shortcut. That would be a way to do it as well, depending on plugins that have higher latencies. So. All right, Jeff Sabelski just says, hello, Greg. Might you explain the Cubase versus Dorico difference when handling expression maps for the use of key switches and not using key switches between the two apps? So a lot of times you could, it could depend upon the library. So there are two different approaches. We may see it consolidated in the future as we see more Cubase and Dorico integration coming. But it could depend upon the instrument that's being used, if it's relying on key switches or if it's relying on MIDI CCs to change articulations, and that could have more of an impact versus kind of, as opposed to like, I think both of them most libraries would use key switches, and as we use the key switches, it would be, similar in concept, but I could envision that there would be more consolidation between the, different expression and articulation maps between Cubase and Dorico. All right. See Da Vinci Girl saying hello to Jeff Sabelski. All right, so Christian Bauer says, hi, Greg. Got behavior with backups, not checking, delete, minimize coming up when going for backup from project. The trash can gets emptied. I'm on Nuendo. So let's say if I will just record into a new project and do a backup. So we'll come over here. Let's create. So let's do project here. Let's do. I'll just put it to desktop so I can throw it away. Okay, so we'll just come here. All right, so we have our audio files here. So we have delete 101. Okay, so it says not checking, delete, minimize coming up when going for backup from project. Okay, so let's say I erase 3 from the project. So I'll leave 1, 2, and 4, and we'll leave 3 out. So let's go ahead and back up project. Okay, I'm going to name the project first before I can back it up. Okay, now we can back up our project. All right, so we have, if we go to our pool window and we look at the trash, so you hit Control P, we see track 3's in the trash. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's do backup project. All right, so I'm not minimizing files. Okay, so I'm going to close this project. Let's open up our backup. All right, let's look in the pool. Yes, it looks like it did throw it away, even though I didn't check that. Let me just open up the other project. All right, so if we're here, So it looks like even that we checked it wasn't used, that the files in the trash aren't backed up. I'll bring that to their attention to see if that's intentional, but it seems like it maybe should be included if you don't have that checked. So let me know if that's kind of what you're working with. All right, Eric Fox asks, hello, Greg. Is there any difference if we record at 32-bit float, even if the sound card is 24-bit? Will that make a difference with the sound? So the sound will be the same, but if you accidentally clip, if you recorded something really hot and then you recorded it into as a 32-bit floating point, you could bring the clip gain down to see the actual, so that you're not clipping the actual audio file, where if it's a 24-bit fixed point recording, you may not see that option. So let's see if we could replicate this quickly. Let's take a drum loop and let's try to distort it pretty good here. Okay, so let's say we're going to take this file and I'm going to send it to a group track. Okay, so I want to come here. We're going to increase the gain. I'm going to turn down our control room volume. All right. All right, so let's say we get to our MixConsole. We're pretty maxed out here. All right, and I want to add more channel gain. So let's go to all right, so let's add a audio track here. We'll add 2 tracks. Okay, let's call this 24. And we'll call this 32. Okay, so now I want to change we'll go to my project setup and let's change our record format. So we'll do 24-bit first. Okay. Let's see if we're clipping good here. All right, and if I set the input correctly, let's say from the group, that would help. All right, so we look at our waveform here. We can see that we're completely maxed out. All right, so let's see if we can switch our record format to 32-bit float. So it's not going to change sonically. All right, so we're going to now record at 32-bit float. And let me set the input correctly on this channel. That would help. Sorry. Okay, so let's go ahead. We'll hide our lower zone here. Let's make these tracks large. Okay, so when we adjust our clip gain on a 24-bit, I'll come here. Could be, so that you'll notice that, at a certain point we could only have so many, but when we do the 32-bit, you could just bring the clip gain down without it kind of taking off the actual tops of the file. So it just gives you kind of more headroom in case you have overloads, but it's not going to improve your sonic fidelity of that. All right, so we see Jeff Sabelski with Smasher number 82. All right, trying to catch up. All right. See, Val just asked, can I ask a question about my Yamaha HS7? Sure. I know a little bit about him, so but go for it. Let's see. Audiophonic says, thanks for the run through in a control room. That does way more than I realized. By the way, my wow, didn't know I could do that comment was about putting a pattern into the chord pads. Okay. That's good. Sometimes I get a reaction to something I did 20 minutes ago. It's like, I have no context for it. So thanks for the clarification. Appreciate it. All right. So we see it says I can plug into the balanced XLR and into the unbalanced TRS simultaneously. I still hear sound, but my practical side says this shouldn't work, or am I damaging the circuits? I've asked that question, and I haven't been able to get a real answer on that. I asked on because I have HS7s, and I have NHTs, which have RCA, quarter inch, and XLR inputs. And I remember talking to NHT about it as well, and we're like, well, I don't think it would be a problem. So I could check with someone just to see if there's a problem, but I think you're okay, but I'm not 100% sure. So I can see if there's any consequences to doing that. All right. Okay, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. Can we see notes from audio events in the score editor somehow? So let's come over. So depending on the audio, if it's like a monophonic audio, so let's say if I come here like to the bass part or to like a vocal part, we could convert it with Very Audio. So let's say if I want to come here and we'll take this file and say I want to take the bass line. So if I come over here to Very Audio, we could say, okay, let's just... And then within the Very Audio editor, so we could do this for like single voice sounds. I'm going to just say... so just go to the Very Audio, select that, and then we'll see our... Alright, let me just come here. Alright, and we go to the bottom. At this point, we could extract MIDI. So I'll take a look at this MIDI. So it's not intended for like chords. But let's say, so I think I'm in the key of A here. Let me just tell it's a bass part. All right, and now when we go into the score editor, let me just change the instrument settings because So now you could see the notation, and let me just set the key here so we could get an idea. So I think we're in the key of A major. So that's how you could do it, but it's not really intended for, so you could do vocals like, single voice like a saxophone, or doing, vocals, but it's not going to do like a piano chords and guitar chords. Okay, so it also asks, in Groove Agent, it'd be cool when choosing the high key note in key range for it to move all the other pads sequentially. Now, when you do it, it puts two sounds in the same pad, the original and key tracked. So well, sometimes you may want to have sounds layered. So I think it makes sense for it, to if you don't want the sounds to be layered, to not layer the sounds on it, as opposed to kind of like inserting and shifting everything over, because you may want to have a particular, I know people that will do kick drums that are layered with pitched stuff so that the kick drum is also in the key of, is matched to the particular key. So some people, would want to have multiple sounds layered like that. So, but I'll mention it regardless. So. All right, Anthony Clark says, "Hi Greg, question: how to set binaural panning on a stereo project I want to use for background sound? Should activate ADM for it, or can it be done without it? Thanks." So generally, binaural panning is always, I think, generally, not going to be on a stereo track. So like it would be utilizing like Atmos or ADM stuff for doing my for monitoring it in binaural panning. But let's say if I wanted to take like, let's say I want to take these guitar tracks here, and if you're looking to kind of place it more in the background, let me just come over. So let's say if we go to an insert here, let's just let's see what happens if we so it's so generally when you're monitoring binaurally, it's not in a stereo project. It would be in kind of like, I think I would always approach it, like if you want to do it by ADM, but then it's, so if you're, let's say if I want to take this project, I think we're at, this one's at 44.1. So let me just open up a quick project here just to, like, if you wanted to do it, let's just go to, so let's say we're at, let me just check my buffer size. So here, when I go to my ADM authoring, we'll do our quick setup assistant. And we're going to choose to monitor binaural. So now if we come over here, let's just take this particular part. I'll open up my channel panner. And now if you have headphones on, you can hear this kind of spinning around you. And we could adjust the height here. So I would say that if you want to do stuff binaurally, you know, just kind of, you could come over here. And even if you don't deliver as Atmos, you could, you know, render the stereo wave file as a binaural file, but I would start it probably as an ADM or, you know, as like an Atmos project. All right. See, Sound Foundry Studios has fabulous content today to help pass a rainy day in southern Ontario, Canada. All right, great to see Tony Trunzo on from Australia. All right, so Jeff Sabelski says, Greg, yes, paste articulations. That's it. Thank you. Those Dorico guys are clever. All right. Glad to have them on our team. All right, so we see Val saying a standalone would be best for all files on my PCO. I want to rank all my documents and give them descriptions like haunting. Yeah, but then no one would want to pay for it, so. See, Jeff Sabelski just says, I used copy or move to staff above or below in scoring in Dorico 5 Pro all the time. I'm liking Dorico a lot, but it is an ominous program. I think scoring seems like a really simple thing until you get into all the nitty-gritty details about it. So, all right, so we see Sway TV and Recording Studio. Let's see, retracted message, but glad to see you on. All right, Sway TV and Recording Studio says, hi, Greg, thanks for helping all of us. Always glad to help. You see Robbie or Roby. Oh, I forgot. I know you mentioned how to pronounce your name. Sorry. Says, Greg is the best person to ask anything Cubase related. He's like Buddha of Cubase if it were a religion. So that's a good quote. That'll be in my monthly report. All right. All right, so you see from Jess Sabelski says, thanks, Greg, for the integration of expression maps. I do a lot of full chamber orchestra and the Vienna instruments. I have all the solo strings, chamber strings, the articulations, hundreds. So, all right, Andrew Fox says, question I use is Steinberg UR22C. Is it possible to set the headphone output in the control room separate to the monitor outputs? I think the hardware doesn't allow, but maybe Greg knows a magic trick. So you could do it on the UR44C, which has two separate headphones outputs that are discrete. So you could say, okay, I want like outputs 3 and 4 to be like on headphone 2 and outputs 1 and 2 to be on headphone 1. But since the Since the UR22C just has 2-channel output, the headphone output is always going to be tied to the master, to kind of the stereo output. It's kind of fixed that way. So sorry, I don't know a clever solution for that. All right, Bratman Studio says, "Hey Greg, have you heard the book, The Complete Guide to Music Technology Using Cubase 14, A Practical Guide by Darren Jones, MTT? If you've seen it, what do you think?" So, I mean, I haven't seen the book. And generally, like if I'm reading, it might be more for pleasure. So I don't read Cubase books. So I haven't read it. In the past, like 20 years ago, 25 years ago, I used to do technical editing for lots of Cubase books, and there's lots of third-party resources kind of before YouTube and stuff like that. So I'm really pleased to hear that there's a reference as a book in book form for Cubase, but I haven't seen it, but I'll look into it. But thanks for letting me know about it, Rick. All right. You see Michael Pierce has to jump and do some work. All right, so we see Woo Productions says, "Groove Agent, I load a sample on a pad and record it on the drum track. I can write the volume of that recording in the quick controls in the inspector to the timeline. So can I write the volume of that recording in the quick controls in the inspector or the timeline so it'll show up in the mixer?" So the mixer is going to be for kind of the full channel. So let's say if I just do... All right, so let me just add, let's say, to Groove Agent. All right, so I'm not sure if it's like an audio file or a sample. Let me just reread it. Add a sample to a pad. All right, so... All right, so say I add the sample to the pad here. All right. Can I write the volume of that recording in the quick controls in the inspector? All right, so let's say, let's see what the quick controls are for this. All right, so I'm going to automate the quick controls. So let's say, let me just put a pattern in quickly. All right, so say come here. All right, and I just want to automate. So I'm going to move my quick control. All right. So the quick control will kind of do the volume for the instrument here, but it's probably not going to be the track volume because it's the quick control for the instrument and not the quick control for the... So if we go to the mixer, I don't think that this is going to be reflected here. So we're doing kind of the instrument control, but not the particular volume control. But let's say if I come and I select all of the events here, and then we open up our automation lane to volume, and I say I'm going to hit Alt or Option plus a V. Let's see if we could, no, let me just, so I'm going to copy. So we select all those. Now when I come here to the volume, I can just paste the automation if you want, and now this will be reflected in the mixer channel. But you're doing the quick controls by default are controlling the so when we open up like 2 lanes here, we can see that we have the quick control lanes for the instrument internally, and then the volume for the channel. So those can be separate, but you can copy and paste them together. So, or you could have the quick controls for the instrument. If you come here, you could do a learn and just move this. And now when you do the quick controls for the instrument, you could control the volume fader. So again, just come here, let's learn the fader. And now your quick control is just controlling the fader. So the default quick control will probably be the internal volume of the plugin and not the fader volume, but you could change that just by as whatever value you click on. So, and if it's a focus quick control that's utilized from the MIDI remote, here I could control the volume plugin, the volume of the plugin. But if I just click right here in the MixConsole on the channel, then I'm controlling that volume without having to do any reassignment. So it could be just whatever you have as the active window, that quick control will generally take effect. So if I had to do it real quick, I would select the particular fader and then write the quick and write using the quick controls for the fader and have that automation carried over. Okay. All right, so thank you, Jazz Dude, for posting the link with the Cubase 14 book. All right, so we see Jeff Stabelski says, Greg, for Brandenburg number 2 in F major, it uses a piccolo trumpet with no key signature. Dorico only has an A and a B flat piccolo trumpet. As Cubase has trumpets in every typical key, but G with no key signature. So I think it's the it's the transpose pitch. Like you have trumpet in B flat, horn in F. So, and I think that there are different piccolo trumpets. It's been a while since I was a trumpet player in high school, but let's do a quick test. So I think it's probably just a different transposed instrument. Like you have a C trumpet, a B flat trumpet. So all right, so let's just put in okay, so now let's get to our setup, and I will add piccolo trumpet. So I think it's just the concert transposition for the instrument. So it could obviously be in any key, but let's just confirm. right, and let me add piccolo trumpet in A. So when we see these particular keys, you know, those keys, those are for, I believe, the transposition. So I will come over, so let's do piccolo trumpet in A. Yep. Let me just delete that instrument. Yeah. Let's do new. Let's see if I can just do new. Okay, so now I'm going to come over here. Let's just put in, I'll do a multi-staff. All right, so I just okay, so let's come over here. Oh, where is it? If we choose to, let's show, now we're going to go from concert pitch here. Let's go to the transpose pitch, and we'll see that they're different instruments. So it's like a B flat and a C trumpet. They're two different instruments, and one would transpose differently for the different parts. So you could play in any key, but this would just automatically, you could see the transposition here, so that if you had an A piccolo trumpet or B flat piccolo trumpet, that you notate correctly for either one. All right. So it can be in any key, just like Cubase, but it's the orchestral transposition. See, Jeff Sabelski just says, Greg does not need a lightsaber. Okay. Robbie, thanks for your pronunciation again. I know you mentioned it like 18 months ago or so, and I did. And we're just happy to have you on the live stream. See, Bratman Studio, Michael Teens both like reading books, you know, for manuals. Yeah, for us, it got like very expensive shipping internationally with manuals. All right, so Robbie just has it says, I just had a great question idea. Can you show us how to make a build-up going up in pitch before the drop of a song? Like, what tool do you use? So there's kind of a number of different tools. Let's see if probably don't. Let me just see if I still have this one project. It could be good for a build-up. That's musically appropriate. All right, so let's say if we come here. So, I mean, you could check out definitely kind of stuff like the FX modulator. And I'll just come over here and say, okay, we want to do like a pitch shifter. So we could just And we can make this faster if you want. So you can start that at the right time. So if you want to kind of, gauge that plug-in and automate it to kind of do a build up or build down, you could do that. So check out the FX modulator and select like the pitch shifter, and then you could just kind of drop it in. And it's a great plug-in for doing that type of stuff, Robbie. Okay, read through comments. All right, great to see Graham Witcher on from Oxford. Okay, so Woo Production says, so in Groove Agent, I can't set faders for the bass drum, snare, and samples. In the MixConsole, I have audio drums recorded in separate tracks. How can I use Groove Agent to the mix? So yeah, you could definitely do that, but it's kind of more of the routing inside of Groove Agent. So let's come over here. So I didn't know that was kind of... All right, so let's come over to, let's say, our drum kit here. Okay, so we look at this. You see that everything is now going out into one fader here. So I'm going to go into Groove Agent, and the process will be slightly different if you're on an acoustic agent versus a beat agent kit. So when I come over here, we'll just say, okay, now in an acoustic agent kit, I'll go to the mixer and I'll say, okay, I want the snare to go out of output 2. And then I could send my hi-hat to output 3, my toms to output 4, let's say my overheads to output 5, my rooms to output 6. So now as we play, we can just do all of this routing. And if we were doing it inside of a beat agent kit, what you would do is just come over to the beat agent kit, and as you select, so let's say if we have this particular pattern, I'll just get a pattern going here. All right, so if we have this going on, everything's going out of a stereo output now, but I would just go to the instrument and say, okay, we're going to take this kick and we send it out, and we have 32 stereo outs. So I can say, okay, I want that going out of output 2. want my clap to go out of bus 3, output 3. And say hi-hat out of output 4. So now, I get to come over here and EQ my different methods, but you could have up to 32 stereo outs going. So you would just select the pad in the beat agent kit, and then under the main, you could route it to the 32 stereo outs. Okay. Gareth just says we need George Orwell now. So. Reading through comments. All right, Eric Fox says, hi Greg, is there Cubase 15 coming out this fall? Any news for Splice integration? So generally, Steinberg doesn't announce features beforehand. So when Cubase is ready, it'll be announced and released. So. All right, so we see Jeff Sabelski just says pitch shift for some reason reminds me when I saw Don Ellis play quarter tone trumpet using an Echoplex at Knott's Berry Farm the year it opened. And he opened up for Pat Boone. It sounds like ambitious. It's always interesting to see, like, when a violinist gets to play with a digital delay for the first time. It's always kind of comical to me. All right. We see Michael Teams heading out for dinner. All right. All right, we see from Woo Productions says learned a lot today. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, we're catching up. All right, so we had a couple questions that were sent in advance. So, all right, first question. In previous versions of Cubase, there was an import and export option for ADM files. There are videos on the internet showing these settings in the menu. In my Cubase 14, I only have the option to export an ADM file. The import option for ADM is gone. Can you shed some light on this? Thank you. So Cubase never had the ability to import an ADM. So Nuendo has the ability to import an ADM file. Cubase has never offered that ability. So if you're seeing something, a video online, it's probably Nuendo and not Cubase that's importing the ADM file. So Cubase is always only exported files, and Nuendo can import and export the ADM files. All right, so we had a question. It says, I was wondering when I have a lot of places where I can have my VST2 plugins, a lot of different folders for them. Is there a way to fix it? Can I just use File Explorer and move them all into one place and Cubase won't misbehave? So as long as if you have your VST2 plugins, the VST2 plugins could get installed in any folder. And then you would just have to tell your host application which particular folder that they were installed to, and tell the host application like Cubase or other hosts to look into this folder and use this folder location and scan it for VST2 plugins. And we would do this you could do this in the VST plugin manager. So if we go to the VST plugin manager here, we could see, and I'm running currently on Mac OS in Apple Silicon native, so we don't necessarily have this option, but you'll see the ability to, one, activate VST2 plugins if you don't see your VST2 plugins listed, and then you'll see like a little info, and that would be for your VST2 paths. So if you have all of your VST2 plugins, like, Native Instruments may put it in a separate folder from Arturia, who puts it in a separate folder than, Universal Audio, separate than Roland, etc. So when you put them all into a folder that is a known entity, then you don't have to next time you start Cubase, it'll look into that folder and it will open up the plugins for you. So there's no consequence, my projects aren't going to load because the plugin is in a different folder. Nothing like that will happen. So it's pretty innocuous, pretty straightforward. No huge gotchas by any means. All right, the next question we had was how to move tracks in the MixConsole with a key command or a remote controller. All right, so this is a function that was added in Cubase 14, kind of long overdue. So let's say if I have this particular track, so one of the things we could do is just simply move the tracks around in the MixConsole, so we could move tracks freely as we kind of see fit. So if I have this track selected, I could pick it up and move it, but we could assign a keyboard shortcut for this as well. So I believe that the keyboard shortcut is going to be, we'll just go to your edit menu, and let's go to key commands. And then when we go to the key commands, it's going to be under, I think it's under project menu. So I will just collapse all these. So let's get to the project menu. And then we'll see move selected track or tracks channels to next available position or to previous available position. So we get to assign a keyboard shortcut, or let me just grab my, I'll do it in the MIDI remote here so we can show that as well. All right, so let's see if I get my MIDI remote to wake up. Oh, I did lose. I may have lost. Hang on one second. I may have lost power on one outlet. Let me see if that's where my MIDI remote is plugged into. All right. Okay, so I think all right, so I'll set up for a keyboard shortcut. I had a power outage thing going on here, so yeah. All right, so set it up. So we'll come here to our key commands. So I'm going to use, so we'll go to our project menu. All right, so I'm going to use assign keyboard shortcuts to this. So say to next position. All right, so now when we go to our MixConsole, so we'll just come over here to my mixer. I have this track selected. Now I could use my keyboard shortcuts just to move that channel left and right in time. All right, let me jump back to the live questions. Thanks for sending questions in advance. You could always send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay. See, Mark Raven says, stuff I probably should not say, but I think it's funny you said that, Greg, because I've noticed that the violin and quantize do not apply each other as well in company. So digital delay is probably similar. So Tim K is just saying, there's so many ways to route things. Every session seems we see yet another. In the past, it took notebooks to keep track of patch bays. Is all our routing available in one place? Okay, so let's say I have a number of tracks. A lot of times there's like little secret, I'll show you like a little clever trick we could do. So let's say we'll start clean project here. Okay, so let's say I want to take a number of audio tracks. Okay, now I want all these tracks to go to a group. All right. And I want these first 4 tracks to go to, we'll add an effects channel to that. So add a reverb, and let's add a delay to the bottom 4 tracks. Okay, so now we have tracks that are going to groups, tracks going to different effects. So when we're in like our actual mixer, one of the clever things that you could do is let's say, okay, I'm on audio track 2. So audio track 2 has 2 targets. So if I come here, I can see that audio track 2, when we just kind of look at it here, is going to the group, but it's also going to my reverb. So if I want to now come over here, let's go to the reverb channel, and then we can say, oh, there's 4 sources that are feeding the reverb. Let's look at my sources. So we could just kind of drop down. Oh, audio 1, 2, 3, and 4 are feeding the reverb. So now you can say, okay, let's come over here to the targets. All these are going to group 1. So now I could click on group 1. Group 1, we could say, okay, so when we just come over here, we can say, again, let's go to group 1. So now you can see group 1 is here. Group 1 has all of these sources. So as we just click here, we can see, okay, now I want to go to channel 5 is also fitting that. Channel 5 is going to 2 targets, and it's going to, so we click here, it's going to group 1 and to my studio delay. My studio delay is going to, so we could kind of see what is feeding different tracks and what is feeding, what is inputting into different groups or buses, and what is feeding into different tracks just by kind of using our sources and targets here. So you could just kind of easily see so you could kind of envision routing that way, which is probably a little more practical than having a huge flow chart, which probably wouldn't be that useful because you're just kind of looking, where is this going often. So, but yes, I do remember having books near the patch bay to keep track of, where is this piece of outboard gear connected to the console, which is no fun. All right, so Mark Rabin is checking in with Tim K to check on Buddy, his cat. All right, see Online Music Foundry saying hello to everyone. Bratman Studio says, Greg, thank you for all you do. By the way, have you ever had a power out during the 500 streams? Just wondering. So my lamp went out today. So I'm not sure if it's like a smart switch. It's connected to a smart switch. I'm not sure if that's turned off. But it's been good. I live in kind of a newer house, about almost 6 years old in December. That's in kind of an older neighborhood that has power lines that are above ground. So, we had kind of a storm come through. It was right after a live stream ended, like in May, and we lost power for 27 hours then. But I just wrapped up a live stream like 20 minutes before. So I've been, knock on wood, been lucky with power. And one time we had snow that kind of killed our power for about 18 hours. But other than that, we haven't had any power outages that have affected live streams. So. Okay, Terry Gray just says, hey Greg, how do I edit the same parameter in the same plugin across multiple tracks? Okay, so let's see if there's a clever way of doing this. All right, so let me just put... Okay, yeah, so we'll show you how. So if it's in the same insert slot, that we could do it. So let's say if I'm here... and let's just go to inserts. So let's put a black valve compressor. So I'm going to do this with my Q-Link enabled. So let's put a black valve, and that will feed it across all of the channels. Okay, so I'm going to now open up the black valve with Q-Link turned on, and because it's all in the same slot, so if you can manage that, I'll just we'll move all these parameters, all these knobs to the right. Okay, so now when we go to another channel, we'll see that the parameter settings were all preserved just because they are in Q-Link mode. So if I turn off Q-Link, I could take this one channel settings and move it. But now if we go to all the other channels, so once you enable Q-Link, if they're all in the same slot, whatever change you make on, so select all the channels, whatever change you make on one channel will be applied across all of the channels. Thanks for joining us, Terry, from Minneapolis. All right, we see Lawrence checking in from Barn Door Recording in Rhode Island. Great to see you on. You see from Tim K. Okay, that is super handy, Greg. Thanks. I didn't realize that was there with the mixer open. It's much easier than the some people will say, oh, the good old days of music production, and it's just like, oh, it actually really sucked, like having to align tape machines and stuff like that. All right, so we see Val just sends, my first boss had a tape camcorder in his studio where he made short videos on how he patched the effects in the patch bay in his SSL 4K to rewatch. then when I came, he at least had a digital video cam. Yeah. So we used to have, when I worked at, I used to work at Unique Studios in New York, which is kind of a 24-hour a day, 7-day a week studio. And they would have a piece of, like a picture for all of the outboard gear. And if you had different parameter pages, like on, like on the 480 or the AKG reverb, or going into, like Publison processors, stuff like that. So, all your kind of typical lexicon, big reverbs. So, 224, 480, I forget the name of the AKG reverb. But they would have like a little notebook, and you would have to, with a marker or a pen, just every piece of outboard gear that was used, to kind of recall all the settings and all the parameter pages manually. So now we open a project and we're still not happy. So much better than how we had to do it in workflows of the past. All right. Okay, so we see there you see Sable Winters popping on. So we see Mark Rabin says, one of two, please. Okay, I have a question. Maybe lots of people have it. Maybe they don't. But here comes. Let me try to put 2 words. One track, let's say guitar track, mono. Mono cut up and comped and rendered. It has sections of muted audio mono. I want to make a solid track of it, but render it again. Is this decreasing the audio quality? So if we have, let's say, an audio file here, let's drop one in, or we'll just go to our project. So it's not really going to decrease the audio quality, kind of like unless you did some really bad edits on it. For the most part, you're not having a sonic degradation. It's not like bouncing an analog generation. So if I come here, let's take this particular project, and if I cut, let's say, our guitar part, and at this point we mute our sources, where it could have an impact on quality is if the, like if we had a bad edit that maybe wasn't on the 0 crossing, something like that, and we hear a little pop, but there's not going to be any sonic degradation of taking that file and just coming over here to bounce selection. So there's no real consequences. If you're worried about having to get back to where you were, I would come here, go to the track versions, duplicate the track version, select the file, and then bounce selection. And then you could always go back to your original file, unedit it, and then have a track version of your edits with a contiguous audio file. So let me know if that's helpful. Jeff Sabelsky says tape machines in the 70s is why rock bands played fast then. So, yeah, tape was expensive. All right, let's see if there's any other questions. So Mark Raven says, nice, Greg, thank you for that. Or you can see Jazz Dude says they wasted miles of tape back then, the rich ones. So I have a friend that owned a studio. He did like James Brown records and stuff like that, just kind of a legendary engineer. And they used to buy so many tapes that 3M would fly him out to Minneapolis just, for meetings and stuff like that. So it was kind of an interesting business opportunity there. We see Sable just saying thanks, Greg, for everything today. We see if there's any last minute questions that sneak up. I know we have about 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. I hope that everyone's learned a new tip or trick. If you have, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. All right, we'll give it another 20, 30 seconds. So Cookie, yeah, says, hi, have you ever done a stream on external effects routing? So yeah, and I have a video if you go to like the Cubase Q&A. So I did a video where you did a whole video on, I think I did it with a lexicon reverb, if not mistaken. But yeah, I've done tutorials, but if you let me know, generally my audio interface, I don't have enough inputs and outputs, but I might be able to get one if you needed me to do it on a live stream. But if you go to the Cubase YouTube channel, just look for external effects. You should be able to see it. All right. So you see from Dead Automatic, is there a way to insert pre and post roll silence when doing an audio mixdown export? For example, you made changes to a chorus and only want to share those changes, but don't want the sudden sound. So what you could do, so let's take a quick look. All right. All right, so let's say if we import, all right, so it's not an automatic function on like the export, but if you wanted to do that easily for a file, if you grab like the range selection tool here, and I'll just kind of do, I will just select a range and you hit the letter A, that will do fades to range. So if you have the middle selected, that will do a fade in until your selection and a fade out. So I'll just make it a little larger here. So let's say we have our file here. So I'm just going to select like from here to here and then hit the A key. And then if you bounce selection, that will render the particular, then you could have that rendered as the file there. So it's not in the export audio mixdown, but you could do it quite easily afterwards. Yeah. To Michael Graybill says, thanks for the wisdom, Greg. See Gobeberg. All right, so I think we are out of time. I've gone over my 4 hours, but thanks for the wonderful questions from everybody. Look forward to seeing everyone back on Friday for our next live stream starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Everyone stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you back on Friday. Take care. Goodbye.